Sheer Curry says. You still know how to paint?
Nope, I don't. And I need to set everything up.
Sheer Curry says. This music is so gay.
I guess that's how I'm dancing today.
Sheer Curry
Seizure
says.
/ falling into my...
Neither do I.
Yeah, it's the best.
Sheer Curry says. How do you know the moves so well?
You see it? What does that look like to you? Reveal! Portrait
Sheer Curry
reveal!
says.
TikTok!
Beautiful. Sheer Curry says. Like your face.
Where? This way.
Sheer Curry says. I meant it looks like your face.
No, I got the beautiful like my face part, not the penis looks like my face. Jerk. All right. Look at these grapes. Cloth. First thing we need is cloth.
Sheer Curry says. I'm trying to keep it rated R up in here.
Should. We need music where we just vibe. This is vibing. Okay? So I have this music. La musica è vibando. It's probably not what it means, but vibando, vibando. Vibare, I'm assuming is vibe, which is probably not. I like this, but it's too much cloth.
Sheer
Very
Curry
nice cloth.
says. I was listening to Heart. It's like the female AC/DC.
It is? Wait, who? You're listening to Heart. Oh, look at that. Let's see, turn this down some. It's a little bit too much. Oops. Whoopsies. Okay. I need to clean that. I don't know why I haven't done that. So we have this, but I don't think I want that.
Sheer Curry says. What's that angel painting with the yellow and blue sky?
That is Bouguereau. That's a soul being taken to heaven. Bouguereau. That's a really awesome painting. Really, really good. And I think that's what angels taking a soul to heaven. It's like something like that is the name of the piece. Similar. Is this? Oh, this is my black turtleneck. Interesting. All right. This thing. Is this the cloth we want now? Is this the cloth?
Sheer Curry says. Don't hate on black turtlenecks now.
Hey. I mean, I have one.
Sheer Curry says. Makes you look smart.
Or incredibly stupid. Come on. Come on. Problem is I have too much cloth here, and if I move it, it all falls. Don't want the brown in it.
Beark108 says. Hey
Hey, what's
American
up?
painter, what's up?
Man? We're gonna go, I think, with the black. Is this enough cloth? Yeah, this is enough. The last black cloth, I literally, I ruined it. It has wax stains on it. The last painting I did was the painting of the skull with the candles and stuff in it. Um, let's do something different. Do this. Give me a second here. I kind of have this.
Sheer Curry says. Was it wax or something that looks like it? Berk108 says.
I don't know.
Alla Prima yet.
Alla Prima. It is. I'm gonna try to get this thing set up right now. Let's see. This lens might be too zoomed in. This will be good in a second. Switch to that one. So then I have this with the portrait lens.
Berk108 says. Did you watch any soccer? Windy
No,
City
because I'm not gay.
1828 says.
Hey, Windy City!
Hello, young man. Autofocus. There you go. Manual, that's what I want. There, there we go. Oh, Windy City
let's see more of
1828
this.
says. I've been watching the World Cup.
Nice,
Come on,
nice.
England.
I probably should watch it. Who's still in? Is America still in it? I'm not keeping up at all.
Berk108 says. Haha, you're dreaming. Windy City 1828 says.
I'm asking.
No
I don't care.
usage lost to Belgium.
We did
Sheer
okay.
Curry says. Please don't watch it. Windy City 1828 says. USA. Sheer Curry says. My family is driving me crazy. Berk108 says. US imposed 170% tariffs on Belgian chocolate.
Is that what happened? Where's
Grasshopper 70 says.
Grasshopper?
Send it to Canada. Grasshopper 70 says. Hello, Lewis.
What's up?
Cher Curry says. Oh, a skull.
Can't get this
Valker
open.
1S says.
Val?
Nerd.
Val, when are you gonna play? I need to get a screenshot of your tune. I looked on Check PvP and Wowhead, it's not updated. Neither is mine because they're jackasses. We need the fire plates.
Valker 1S says. The normal times LOL.
We need more normal times.
Beark 108 says. How you been, Lewis? Didn't see you for like a month. Any groundbreaking news?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I was doing a lot of preparatory work. I got some oil ground going. I got like, shoot, how am I gonna get this in here without burning myself? So I was doing oil ground painting. I redid my website, and I'm working with a client to get a painting for a concept for the commission that I'm doing, a landscape painting. So yeah, how am I gonna do this? I need one of those ones where I think I have one. This is bullshit.
Beark 108 says. Good.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll put that in. It'd be nice to have a candle. Maybe I just make the candle up. You don't want to make stuff up. That's the problem. I feel like I had a lighter here at one point. Where is it? Photographic memory is telling me it is right. Yeah. Ah, I know it's in here. I know it has to be in this thing. Ah, there's my soap. This one going. I do what you gotta do. Yeah. I'm looking for you. There it is. This is it. This has to be it. Please work. Oh,
Cher Curry says.
damn it.
You should get those taxidermy insects for this.
Smell the gas.
Future Oil Painter says. Looked by Odin's great beard.
Let's see if this works. Where did I put my lighter? There. It's out of freaking fluid.
Future oil painter says. It's freaking Luth.
Dude, this is a death trap in here.
Valker1s says. Paint me like one of your French women, Jack.
Oh, don't do it. Dumbass. Something else. This all the way.
Future oil painter says. Where are the rest of the nerd squadron?
Well, I mean, we have Val. Zerx is probably working.
Valker1s says. In the world of Warcraft. Windy City 1828 says.
Stupid.
Have you finished modeling with your sword?
I'm never done modeling with my sword. Yeah, that was absolutely horrible.
Grasshopper70 says. Gamers are busy on Tuesdays.
Are they? Is that because of reset day? Dude.
Grasshopper70 says. Reset day.
Yeah, reset.
Valker1s says. Me and Zerx just got done destroying people in twos.
Did you? I wish I could play with you guys. Val, I want to play with you some, man. I have the hang of twos now. Don't worry. I don't think I'd tank your rating. I don't think. This. I don't know. Wait a second. Idea. Shoot, this is too tall.
Valker1s says. I'm not worried about it. I doubt I hit Elite in 2's ID probably have to hit solo shuffle like Zav did.
Yeah, Zave, that was
Valker1s
crazy.
says. So easy to get Elite in solo shuffle.
I know. But you know, the thing is, like with me, I feel more accomplished when I get it in twos because I think twos is, or threes. If we got in threes, that'd be amazing. But I can't. There's too much going on right now in threes for me. But like twos is such a challenge. It feels so good getting it. You know, you feel the accomplishment. You know, it's like I wanted the title less than I did wanting to get it in a way that I felt good about getting it. You know, and I can't believe all of us hit duelist. I mean, I can believe you guys hit it, but that was insane. Um, it's too large for what I want to do. I want to do a smaller piece because I don't have all the time in the world for this.
Valker 1S says, 2s and 3s is the hard knocks of titles for sure,
Yeah,
much more fulfilling.
exactly, exactly, and that's why.
Sheer Curry says, you speak like Miss America.
Yeah. How? What did I do? Speak like I think this is the thing that's clicking with, vibing with me the most. I don't like the grapes. I think I do this and then I'll light the candle later. I think. Maybe.
Future Oil Painter says, did the Florence Academy for Troubled Boys let you out on parole? Not OCA says,
Okay.
how's life Peacock? Sheer Curry
This
says,
peacock bullshit.
I didn't want to win, I just liked the way playing felt.
Yeah, I can see that. Uh, where's I had a bag of stuff. This is the bag. Things out. I just need a couple of things to lock in. Comp. Nuts. I don't know.
Grasshopper 70 says, are you guys looking for a threes partner? I know a RET Paladin who has been asking but no idea if he's any good or not. No, it's not Deacon.
I'll. I'd love for it to be Deacon, honestly, because I would troll the shit out of him. Um, I'll play with whoever. I don't care about threes as much. I just need practice.
Not OCA says, LOL.
I would, and he deserves it. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to create depth. That's what you want, depth.
Grasshopper 70 says, you can get depth with the light coming from the lantern.
Yeah,
Beark108 says, is it a male or female skull?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's a good question, Bear. Listen. I
Future
don't know.
Oil Painter says,
I have an
Sheer
idea.
Curry by Rembrandt's great painting jacket. Not OCA says, banana depth. Sheer Curry says, it's but 4 chair by Goya's candle hat.
I'm not sure I want this. I haven't painted it with the jaw yet, but it's
Sheer
not
Curry
feeling it.
says, Jeff thought me Goya had a candle hat to paint at night. Not OCA says, how are you doing in twos?
Me, actually, recently have done very good. It took me a very long time, and I was acting like a little bitch, frankly, for a very long period of time that I'm quite ashamed about because I was just getting discouraged and I was just not handling it right. But it's going pretty good now. Um, I hit Duelist with Zerx. Well, Zerx had already hit it with Val,
Not OCA says.
and then we hit Duelist.
Mage buffs coming next season.
Are they coming next season?
Not OCA says. Nice.
Yeah. So it feels better now. It just, I still like the gameplay of last expansion more, but I'm making it work now. And when I kind of figured out what the problems were, it gave me something to work on. But for the longest time, I had no idea how to improve or what I was doing wrong. And that's frustrating. And in addition, I wasn't sleeping much, and it was making me kind of a little bitch, frankly. But I think that I've got to nail that, which is a good thing.
Futury Oil Painter
It
says.
was crazy.
Jeff still dressing like it's 1801.
I haven't seen them. See, I need something smaller there that works. I need a knife. Knife. And I got to get this thing started because we don't have all the time in the world. I want to get this thing done. Wait a second. I just saw something. Oh, there's some stuff.
Berk108 says. If it's male skull, put some glass of whiskey, bullets, and cards around.
The thing is, I have a lot of stuff. It's just.
Not OCA says. More defensive cooldowns next season for mages.
So the thing with mage is like, they go down fast if you don't manage those cooldowns properly, like really fast, because they don't have as much passive mitigation.
Grasshopper 70
And so
says.
when you mess
If
up
it's
with
a
them,
female skull, give her a strawberry and some fake nails.
so they can be extremely powerful if you know what you're doing. Is this thing? Did I already put
Sheer
this?
Curry says. Y'all ever met a woman?
Shut up. I'm
Futury Oil
confident enough
Painter
to be able to
says.
talk about this.
Just bought some Williamsburg Indian Yellow, Luth in case you need some sweetener for your Starbucks fluffy drink.
Drink Starbucks. I would. I just don't go out much. Walk around the studio, see if I see something else. There's a bunch of shit over here. No, no, no.
Sheer Curry says. LMAO Starbucks fluffy drink.
Don't laugh at that, Shakuri.
Sheer
Don't
Curry
laugh.
says. Starbucks is such weak coffee. Not OCA
That's why I get
says.
the mocha.
All slows nerfed next season.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Which is going to be better for the game, I think. I mean, they need to get rid of roots and slows and CCs, honestly. Bring it, like, do something. Okay. I'm just going
Not
to.
OCA says. Of.
What am I going to do? Oh, that looks stupid. I'll just put the nuts out. Just going to go with this. There's one. We got to put some stuff out. Let's do one there. Always coming.
Sheer Curry
Pairs.
says. Keep your nuts in. Not OCA says. Peacock likes nuts.
Shut up.
Sheer Curry
That's
says.
fine. We'll do this.
What do nuts represent? Not OCA
Stack.
says. You need a banana. Grasshopper 70 says. Life. Sheer Curry says. How much could a banana cost, Michael? $7.
What we're gonna do?
Future Oil Painter says. When Luth walks into Starbucks, they say, will it be the usual Luth? A fluffy mocha cappuccino with marshmallows extra sprinkles.
You know what? You're really
Not
not that
OCA
far off,
says.
except it's not like the usual.
AFKBRB.
All right, man. I do get, when I go over to the Starbucks,
Sheer Curry says.
I get cafe mocha.
I have a book of symbols. Walnuts says, symbol of Trinity, image of Christ and emblem of matrimony. Grasshopper 70 says. Do bananas get tariffs? Future Oil Painter says.
I don't know.
3 big ones. Windy City 1828 says. I'm hovering in the background cooking, Wimbledon on and off course listening to Lewis chat.
Windy City. Can we get this done today? I don't know. I'm starting to have my doubts.
Sheer Curry says. Don't rush it like a fool.
I was like that far off the trash can. Even though I did this. When I shot it didn't work. I don't know why. Works for Michael Jordan? Why didn't it work for me?
Sheer Curry says. Because you're Italian. You can only throw pizzas. Future Oil Painter says. Sheer Curry sounds cool. You might subconsciously join the nuns. Be careful.
Oh, for what she said before with the, yeah.
Sheer Curry says. I already basically live like a nun.
I do the camera setup.
Future Oil Painter says.
I have an idea.
One time I saw a couple of nuns and I said, hey sisters, what's up?
What'd they say?
Sheer Curry says. LMAOO, no way.
Oftentimes, like nuns,
Future
especially
Oil
the
Painter
younger ones, are
says.
really cool.
They started giggling.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of really nice nuns now. I think back in the 50s and 60s, it sounds like there were a lot of hard asses, and there probably still are, but the ones I've met have always been like really childlike and funny. Like very pleasant. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Future oil painter says. They were about the same age as I was at time, about 25. Sheer Curry says. Do nuns get paid? Future oil painter says. They were pretty good looking. Sheer Curry says. You're going to burn.
Okay.
Future oil painter says. LOL, forgive me Lord, for I have seen the forbidden fruits, LOL. Future oil painter says. Amen. Sheer Curry says. Oh, now you're definitely forgiven. Future oil painter says. Thank you, Sister Sheer Curry. Future oil painter says. I'm a good boy. Sheer Curry says. I'm pretty sure nuns can't even do that, LOL. Sheer Curry says. Oh, that setup is so good.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good setup. I'm just taking a photo for the video, and then I'll get back to it with this, guys. I have a plan. I have a plan. Don't worry.
Sheer Curry says. Was the skull expensive?
I don't remember. Got it. Let's do this. So, don't worry. I have a plan. I know y'all want to see setup. I think this is it right here. You know why I'm an idiot for setting this up here? Because now this is exactly where I need to stand, so we need to put this back some. There are limitations. Let me do this. If I stand, this is tricky. That stand there, and then I'm able to stand here. That's okay. Let me try to bring this up a little bit more. Now I can bring it up some. I think this is okay.
Future oil painter says.
All right.
The Starbucks baristas probably look to see if Lewis tips. If it's 0, they know and wink, signal for adding the special sweetener.
Shut up. That's not true.
Cher Curry says. I'm sorry, but Starbucks really is gay.
I don't go to Starbucks.
Future oil painter says. I'm pretty sure that Luth raided that skull from a cemetery.
My camera's broken. Forgot.
Cher Curry says. You gotta stop going to Starbucks if you don't want people to get the wrong idea. Future oil painter says. About 2 weeks ago I went to some off-brand local fancy coffee shop drive-through. I ordered black coffee, and you could hear the pin drop as the guy said, "Are you sure you don't want sugar? Or creamer? They're delicious." Future oil painter says. I said nope, not a just coffee.
Send. All right. This. Got it.
Share Curry says. You know you're in the big city when they ask what milk you want. Future Oil Painter says. LOL. Future Oil Painter says.
There you go, guys.
It's out in the sticks, but one crazy feature about the USA towns, there's always a million restaurants or drink places. Future Oil Painter says. Share Curry, who's the model you're hiring for your Insta? Share Curry says. Some bitch I know. Future Oil Painter says. Nice. Share Curry says. No, it's me, what are you talking about, LOL.
Oh my gosh. This is bad. Just saw the paint off. It's so hard. Oh my gosh.
Future Oil Painter says. Oh.
All right. Note to self. Paint dries if you have not painted on it with it for over 2 months. Ultramarine blue, that was probably still good. Definitely alizarin crimson's fine. Okay, we'll use some alizarin crimson.
Future Oil Painter says, you got those Hollywood actress looks, Cher Curry.
Ooh, that's a compliment.
Cher Curry says, you're crazy but thank you. Future Oil Painter says, can I get your autograph before you start charging for it? Cher Curry says, he'll draw a penis for you. Future Oil Painter says, LOL, it'll be like I knew her before she was famous, hey race the panus to prove it. Cher Curry says, all the men who watch pirate porn will know my name. Cher Curry says, and my ass. Not my face.
Totally normal conversation. Let's go with the RGH. White. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put the palette up. I'll reposition the camera and I'll do a mixing thing because I'm going to try to turn this into a video.
Cher
Guys, I
Curry
don't know if I'm going to
says,
get this thing done, but
is that lead white?
it is lead white. It is lead white. Put some cobalt blue in. I'm just going to put a touch of it. It'll help dry, and if I need to get that
Future
little
Oil Painter
touch.
says, Luth was gonna buy the ground from the grumpy old guy's art store, but he was charging $60 for the 16-ounce can. I was like, what the?
For the ground. Yeah. Is it cheaper online? I forget how much it costs. I paid 60 for something. I forget how much it was though.
Future Oil Painter says, cheaper online.
It's cheaper online, guide. Yeah.
Future Oil Painter says, and more.
It's fine. Wow. Still good. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, guys, really quick. I'll come back and we'll get this thing going. I need to wash my hands and I'll be right back. Okay.
Future oil painter says. Don't forget to wipe. Sher Curry says. Real men don't wipe. Future oil painter says. I wonder if this is one of those oil ground panels. Sher Curry says. I think so. Future oil painter says. Oh yeah, in Hollywood movies they never use the bathroom or wash their hands, no matter what happens. Sher Curry says. In Senfield they do.
Oi! Let's go!
Future oil painter says.
Oh!
Oh, but they never show it.
What else do I need? I think that's it. I think I got everything. All right, guys. Y'all ready for an education in life, in
Sher
painting?
Curry says. I'm sure they did at least once. Sher Curry says. Did you wash your hands?
I peed on my hands, which is better than actually washing them with soap. All right. The palette cup off.
Future oil painter says. Using an oil ground panel. Sher Curry says. Nice and warm. Grasshopper 70 says. He can't wash his hands, they are delicate instruments. Future oil painter says. Human piss kills athlete foot too.
Why am I being so stupid? I am being so dumb right now. So dumb.
Future oil painter says. Using the limited or unlimited palette.
I have pretty much limited, except I put alizarin crimson and cobalt blue on it, which I'm not sure I'll even use that much of. Just because I honestly don't care anymore. Don't. Let's go. We got it. That's fine. That's what we're going with. All right, guys, what do we do? First off, we freaking panic because the black's going down.
Sheer Curry says. Did you stain that palette?
Yeah. We need the skull, and I can use the same colors for the skull and the lantern, and
Sheer Curry
then I'll
says.
do separate
How?
the walnuts. How? I sanded it down first, and then I just simply glazed it over with, I think, walnut oil or some oil at first. It doesn't matter which. Saturate it, and then saturate sand until it's smooth as glass. And then when you paint on it,
Future
every
Oil
day
Painter
you
says.
leave, like, when you clean
Look,
it,
do you ever use Indian yellow?
when you clean it, you use, no, I don't. When you clean it, you just like use some oil and just, y'all seen me clean the palette before, oil and get all the paint off and stuff, and then you can just scrub it down with a cloth, and eventually it just stains itself over time. This is a disaster.
Sheer Curry says. My ugly cheap palette gets kinda gray instead of pretty brown.
I think probably because I did so many figure drawings, um, and it depends on what colors you're doing. So figure drawings have like lots more earthy tones to it, and you do more still life. So I guess it depends on what type of still life you're doing, you know? All right, guys. So the first thing we do really is get the secondary colors. I just need to make sure that doesn't off. Freaking hair, dude. This is a disaster. And we try. I probably need more yellow because I purposefully got a lot of colors just because we need a lot to
Future
cover
Oil
this.
Painter says. My palette is a cheapo, think the center is made from fake wood.
Yeah. Leave this here for now. This just keep it basic. If I need to go a lighter value, I can.
Future oil painter says. The grumpy old guy says, would you like a bag with that? I'm think you bet your ass I want my bag, lol. Calmly say yes please.
That guy's pissing you off so much.
Sheer Curry says. Do you call him home skillet? Future oil painter says. No, he is pure evil.
He doesn't deserve a home skillet.
Sheer Curry says. You call him grill. Future oil painter says. When he smiles, an angel loses their wings. Sheer Curry says. He's a hotel skillet. Future oil painter says. Yup. Future oil painter says. He's like that old guy from the cartoon movie called Up, except he's not nice. Future oil painter says. Evil.
So now I'm going into, essentially, I can use,
Sheer
sorry,
Curry says. You are like the kid from Up.
I can use the same, like for the little pieces of light on the lantern, I can use the
Sheer
same
Curry
colors as the
says.
skull.
Give him a balloon house.
And yeah, I'm just doing the lantern right now, parts of
Future
it.
oil painter says. Yup.
There we go. Just like that. That's fine. I can always tint with my brushes. I'm just trying to get the broad colors right now. And I'm trying to put out as much color as I think I'll need, like the quantity. What I'm doing. too light, but I can still use this color. Boom. There you go. All right.
Sheer Curry says, that palette looks so good.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a good one. Let's make more of this.
Oddball 3053 says, yo Lewis,
Yo,
what's your thoughts on digital painting with Rebel and such, for
oddball.
oil painting practice?
I think
Is
it's very
truly
good.
wet on wet.
I think it's very good practice. I honestly do. I think anything like that is very good. But I mean, if you want wet on wet, the best thing to do is obviously oil paint. Rebel, Sherry Mia knows more about that than I do. The problem is she doesn't know as much about oil painting. So if I if she learned more about oil painting, I learned more about Rebel, I'd be able to tell you more in depth, right? I think Rebel, in terms of like between Photoshop and Rebel is probably better for the um like it has a physics engine and stuff, but it's beyond me. I don't know. There's probably some setting that
Future Oil
mimics it
Painter says,
similarly, but
I can't remember exactly, but Helen Van Wyck said, for medium she uses Van Dar varnish, linseed oil, and turpentine, but that was in the 80s. Sherry Kitten says, oh, we talking Rebel?
yeah. I don't want to know the similarities between the like how it is between oil painting and actually Rebel. And I said, I know oil painting, you know Rebel, but both of us don't know both of them. And so I can't really make a solid comparison between them, but I know the physics engine in Rebel is better than Photoshop's, I think, that type of stuff.
Oddball 3053 says, so for the cognitive part of painting it works good.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Because the thing is, it's like when you're using brushes, like it's
Future
just
Oil Painter
everything's
says,
physically different.
and I'm a rebel without a cause, which rounds out the equation.
Like Sherry Mia can tell you more. She probably has more experience than that than I do. I mean, Rebel's great, but in terms of this, how similar, dude, I don't know, man. Because I'm not an expert with that stuff. I love it. I love all that, but I just don't do it that much.
Sherry Kitten says, oddball, I'm a beta tester / bug tester for Rebel. Ask whatever you want, I'll try to help.
Maybe you can scroll up and see what he said specifically. You might be able to answer it better than me. Those are very good questions.
Future Oil Painter says, Sherry Kitten can make custom brushes that look similar to the real deal. Future Oil Painter says, look, is that an oil ground panel?
No, it's not. I need to get some smaller ones.
Sherry Kitten says, yes, I make custom brushes as a service for people.
Walnut oil. Walnut oil. Let's see, guys. I don't mind doing for Alla Prima. If I have um, a gesso panel, I'd rather do a gesso panel just because there's not going to be any sinking in. It's going to be a one shot. So sinks in later, that's totally fine. You know, I can always varnish it out, but.
Future oil painter says. Louis, that panel looks small. How are you gonna fit the skull in there?
Easy.
Sherry Kitten says. There's two oil engines. Regular oil and express oil. I would say they are both good in different ways for practicing oils in real life as well. The skills do transfer over. But you need to set it up. Future oil painter says. If you paint it to be about the size of your testicles, should be able to fit two skulls easy.
Damn you. Interesting. I forgot to continue mixing the last color. Whatever. There it is.
Shrikitten says. I just woke up and rolled over. Saw you were on LOL.
Nice. Huh.
Shrikitten says. Is this for the website or did the guy decide he wanted a skull still life?
This is just me saying that I need to do something. I need to paint. It's been too long since I painted.
Shrikitten says. This will be a cool painting.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I mean, it's an Alla Prima, so I'm trying to just. This is gonna be a loose painting. Um, yeah, should be good.
Future oil painter says. So the old grumpy looks for the tiniest little bag to give me. Shrikitten says. Is this with one of the boards you prepared? Future
No,
oil painter
no.
says. He hates me.
Been going off about that guy the whole time. I love it.
Sheer Curry says. You're gonna finish this today?
I don't know. It's the idea.
Sheer Curry says. Impossible.
I know what you did there. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Sheer Curry says. What did I do lol? Shrikitten says. The paint looks like it's going on super smooth. Sheer Curry says. I'm just being realistic. Future oil painter says. Looks good. Windy City 1828 says. This work looks like something from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well.
I can see that. I can see it.
Future oil painter says. Those Riley method guys are kind of annoying every time they draw a line, the show off that they know the medical term. Here is zygomatic bone connecting into the rival Rouse. Sherry Kitten says. They're probably like that during sex too. Cher Curry says. LMAOOO. Windy City 1828 says. Coming from a non-artistic background, I think this work looks like it's being drawn in chalk. Sherry Kitten says. That's probably from the canvas absorbing a bit of the oil. I love that chalky dry look. I found out you can add calcium carbonate to paint. I want to try it. Cher Curry says. Sherry, you can create great impasto with it. Future Oil Painter says. Look, can you add a pigment to the oil ground?
Probably, but I didn't experiment with that.
Windy City 1828 says. Sherry, your hair is a nice color. Future Oil Painter says. Look, you should have brought a couple of your fave Starbucks fluffy drinks. This might take a while.
Damn you. As if this isn't hard enough.
Future Oil Painter says. Extra sprinkles. Future Oil Painter says. Look, are you using just walnut oil to spread the paint?
Right
Or
now I'm
no
just going
oil?
straight paint. I have walnut oil here. I'll start using it later on.
Sherry Kitten says. Windy City 1828, thank you.
You took so long. She's probably like, that bitch.
Sherry Kitten says. I was trying to pee and my cats were rubbing my legs. Sherry Kitten says. LOL.
Nice.
Future Oil Painter says. Sherry Kitten, Cher Curry told me she didn't hire a professional model for her Insta, it's actually her. Sherry Kitten says. I believe her. Cher Curry says. I would have hired someone with huge jugs. Sherry Kitten says. Exactly. Future Oil Painter says. Holy Gazangas. Sherry Kitten says. Has anyone had any comisians yet? Cher Curry says. LOL comisians.
Oh, no, that's perfect.
Shuri Kitten says. That is the goal of an artist, get Comey Zions. Future Oil Painter says. Unofficially, my brother asked me to paint a rooster for his father-in-law. I asked if he'd pay me some green cash, he said he would. Alla says. It's okay, I'm here.
Crockett, what's up, girl? What are you doing? How's your crochet coming? Oh.
Alla says. Good, ready for the busy season.
Awesome.
Alla says. Halfway through another witch hat now. Shuri Kitten says.
I love those hats.
I love roosters and chickens. Cher Curry says. You love cocks and chicks?
It's always going for the low-hanging fruit. Always.
Shuri Kitten says. Wait Curry, you don't have chickens there, do you? Future Oil Painter says. I had a lot of imaginary ex-girlfriends, lives easier that way. Shuri Kitten says. I just watched a thing on Dutch weather. Apparently it just rains. It sounds lovely. Alla says. There's a quarry out here which is almost full of water. Cher Curry says. We have chickens tea farms. Alla says. Because of so much rain. It's like 55 feet deep. Alla says. 550 feet I mean. Future oil painter says. Chickens. Noise. Alla says. Do you hear from Mr. Widget at all?
No, I don't. But I mean, I haven't really been involved in, like, we haven't done SPM in forever, right? It's been a long time.
Alla says. He had not responded to Net or Facebook.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard from him in quite a long time.
Alla says. I poke him every now and again.
Oh, you do? Yeah. And also, I'm not really on the forums because every time I post, the Karens get upset with me and they mass report me, and then I get virtue signaled by Blizzard.
Sheer Curry says. Yeah, too much rain, Shuri kitten lol. Shuri kitten says. I would love it.
Yeah, I love the rain.
Shuri kitten says. I love cold and rainy days. Sheer Curry says. Not when you have to cycle through it every day lol.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Sheer Curry
cycling
says.
sucks.
Especially
Shit.
with your hair. Shuri kitten says. I grew up in Ohio, it rained a lot and was cold, so I'm used to it. Sheer Curry says. Oh, so you missed that. Shuri kitten says. Yeah, it feels like home to me. Shuri kitten says. I can't stand bright and sunny places. Too hot and people act weird in the heat lol. Sheer Curry says. That's true, especially guys. Shuri kitten says. It was raining at Lewis's when I was there. It was really nice. That pipe makes a nice sound. Future oil
Oh
painter
yeah, that's
says.
right. It was.
I think I recall back in the 1600s the Dutch were being invaded by Spain, so they opened the floodgates to stop them. Alla says. Is this an early Halloween painting or someone you are upset with? Sharikitten says. Yeah, men get more aggressive and take their shirts off. Beark108 says. Such a death stare.
This is just me trying to get back into painting, Crockett. I haven't painted in forever, so I kind of need the practice.
Sher Curry says. But we secretly like that. Sharikitten says. Yeah, if they're to our taste. Sher Curry says. Old guys with white beards. Future oil painter says. That's a skull of the last student who successfully drew all the Bargu plates.
Exactly. That's very well said.
Sharikitten says. Curry, do you like bubble butts on men? Sher Curry says. It depends on how bubbly. Sharikitten says. It's not my thing personally. I like them more square. But remember on King of the Hill they were looking for a man for Luan with a round muscular butt? LOL. Sher Curry says. LMAOOO yes, and Dale went to the urinals looking at guys' butts. Asala says. We all like our K-Kamiraite. Sharikitten says. LOL, they probably thought he was gay. Yeah, but I'm picky on the man cake. Beark108 says. Definitely make skull with empty bottle of booze. Sharikitten says. Louith, I don't know how you wore pants in 97 degrees there. That was insane. I had to
Huh?
wear a crop top, it was so hot. Beark108 says.
Oh yeah.
Male.
Well, I mean, we have air conditioning. For me, it wasn't that bad. I guess I was used to it. I also wasn't thinking about it, but like, I mean, the last couple of days I wore shorts. It was, I mean, it's been intense recently. Yeah, I mean, it's been rough. Oof.
Shrikitten says. Yeah, the heat wave has been everywhere. Alla says. Nah, it's a female after dealing with males. Shrikitten says. It's finally let up a bit. Shrikitten says. I'm ready for fall. Future Oil Painter says. Yeah, Lewis, you should draw wearing your square underwear like the old masters. Cher Curry says. The heat is coming back here next week. Beark108 says. Advanced feminist skull. Shrikitten says. Curry, I would get a portable AC for your home if I were you. Cher Curry says. They're expensive.
Just depends on how much your life is worth for you, Curry. She's gonna say not much.
Shrikitten says. They are but worth it. We have one and a regular AC. Cher Curry says. We Dutch people say it's just a few days in the year. Shrikitten says.
We Dutch people.
Alla subbed with Prime. Yay. Cher
Coquette,
Curry
thank you.
says.
Really
The
cool.
rest is suffering in the cold. Alla says. We have high velocity fans with the AC, it's nice. Plus the white noise is useful. Future Oil Painter says. Cher Curry, don't guys have basements in the Netherlands? They are naturally cool, it's like having a small preview of being buried alive. Shrikitten says. We have two tiny fans here too. But I have to be careful they don't dry my contacts out. Beark108 says. Luckily we live in mountains, this year is crazy hot. Cher Curry says. I wish I had a basement to add to my creepy persona. Shrikitten says. Damn, but for Cher that's morbid, getting into some Goya territory with that one. Alla says. Same issue, Cherie, can't have it on me or my eyes dry out. Future Oil Painter says. My paint room is in the basement, it's the coolest. Cher Curry says. Y'all should blink more. Shrikitten says. Yeah, I found if you point the fans at the ceiling instead it still moves the air around without pointing it at your eyes. Alla says. When sleeping. Grasshopper 70 says. Today's Twitch ads are Trivago and Harry Potter audiobooks.
Okay.
Alla says. Replying to Grasshopper 70, today's Twitch ads are Trivago and Harry Potter audiobooks. Future Oil Painter says. And those damn real estate property twin brothers hate them. Shrikitten says. Curry, you actually blink less if you are looking at a screen. It just happens and you don't notice. But the eye doctor does. And can choose to tell you to look away more. Grasshopper 70 says. Hey is coquette. Shrikitten says. Alla, you should use Brave so you don't get the ads. Sheer Curry says. LOL, the eye doctor scolding you. Shrikitten says. She did LOL, but she's a nice older woman. She's very nice. Alla says. Louis was supposed to practice painting coquette like one of those French girls.
We can still do it. Hmm.
Shrikitten says. You want to be naked for him. Future Oil Painter says. Don't forget the fluffy Starbucks drinks. Shrikitten says. I'm sure hell do that for you. Shrikitten says. And get the stick out and point at your butt.
That's what I did. I do that in the drawing class, don't I?
C. Beatnik says. This is gorgeous.
Thanks,
Alla
man.
says.
Appreciate that.
It will
Thank
be
you.
artistic, okay. C. Beatnik says. Wow. C. Beatnik says. I love it so much.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. All right. Pretty much everything's blocked in, almost. That back part.
C. Beatnik says. You captured the light so well. You're using oil, right?
Yes. Yes, I am. Using oil.
Windy City 1828 says. I would love this work on a t-shirt.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Like quite a bit left. I think I can get it done.
Future Oil Painter says. Louis uses his own special oil.
Ignore him.
Alla says. Future branding opportunity. Shrikitten says. The model is actually so tired between sessions. If you want to do that, just make sure you have the stamina. Share Curry says. Will you frame this one?
This one, I don't know. If it turns out to be okay, sure. Yeah, maybe. Depends. Really depends on this.
C. Beatnik says. This in an antique wooden floral frame would look so good.
Yeah.
Future oil painter says. Could be good for Halloween or even Christmas.
Yeah.
Share Curry says. How do you choose a frame?
I always have a preference. I kind of like um the black and
Alla
gold type
says.
frames. Sometimes just the
What
black.
are you going to do with this painting?
I don't know. And I just made that generalized. That's just freaking great. Nobody's panic. Did anybody freak out? That's it. Boom. Bitch. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. More concerned about getting
Shrikitten
this thing
says.
done with.
Where do you even get frames? C. Beatnik says. This reminds me of a Caravaggio painting. Sorry for spamming so many messages, lol.
Oh, it's all good, man. That's a huge compliment. Thank you. Yeah. Darker. Wait.
Future oil painter says. Probably donate it to the charity for Florence Academy for Troubled Youths. My guess is. Share Curry says. People always tell me to find vintage frames, but it's hard finding the right measurements. Shrikitten says. See Beatnik, be careful, don't put dots or the bot may think it's a link and time you out. Share Curry says. Damn it, measurements. C. Beatnik says. Okay, cool, thanks for the heads up. Shrikitten says. Measurements is better, it's like Comisians.
Homie signs.
Future oil painter says. Oh crap, damn Twitch nerds. C. Beatnik says. Do you think you will sell this one?
If somebody wants it, man, I'll sell it. I could. I need a. It depends. Like I said, it depends on if it's good because I'm trying to do this in a
Share
day.
Curry says.
Is what I'm trying to do.
This TDS always mocking me.
And that comes out. Okay, wait. Correct this. Correct it. Correct it.
Shrikitten says. We love it. Future oil painter says. He'll give you 24 donuts for it.
There.
C. Beatnik says. 3 dozen donuts. Share Curry says.
Done.
That skull already has great form.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming along. I just need to correct the
Alla
drawings.
says. 4. Shrikitten says. I still can't believe but 4chair sold a painting for donuts, lol. C. Beatnik says.
That was really funny.
LOL, but in all seriousness, if you are, he'll send you a DM in your Discord.
Donuts.
Future oil painter says. Outbid darn. Shrikitten says. Discord. Shrikitten says. Discord. Future Oil Painter says. Best deal so far. Shrikitten says. WTF bot. Shrikitten says. Link. C. Beatnik says. Do you only paint with oil or do you use other mediums? C. Beatnik says.
Pretty much just oil.
This
painting.
makes me want to get back to watercolor.
Yeah, pretty much just oil paint. This.
Sheer Curry says. Watercolors are for pussies.
Thanks, Curry.
Alla says. Off to make brownies, which I will add to my offer of 4 dozen donuts LOL. Sheer
Right,
Curry
good luck,
says.
Crockett.
Use oil like a man. C. Beatnik says. LOL. Future Oil Painter says.
Funny.
Oh, way back, the people who asked me to paint their sports car, I think they were part of a scam, because I set some terms for them and cost, and they ghosted me. Honestly, I'm glad they left me alone.
Yeah, sometimes it's better that
says.
that happens.
It was interesting that Sargent went to watercolor after oils. I wonder why. Alla says. Lurking. C. Beatnik
All right,
says.
Crockett.
I'm a big one, I guess. Sheer Curry says. Oh, brownies take the deal. C. Beatnik says. Oil looks intimidating.
You got it, man. You got it. You just
Future
it's all
Oil
about
Painter
drawing,
says.
which I am essentially
Brownies. C. Beatnik says. 4 dozen donuts, macarons, brownies, and a tres leches cake. Sheer Curry says. I heard watercolors are the most difficult.
Are they?
C. Beatnik says. That's my last offer. Shrikitten says. Oils are most difficult, I thought. At least they say that here. Beark108 says. Where's QFX?
Dude, I don't know, man. He hasn't been around forever. I don't know where he
Shrikitten
is. I want him
says.
to be here, though.
Oils are super forgiving, except white. White is a bastard. Future Oil Painter says. I still remember a watercolor lesson from college. It's not too complicated, it's a layering system from lightest to darkest, but like anything else it takes 2 lifetimes to master it. Shrikitten says. Yeah, I don't know what happened with QFX. C. Beatnik says. The hardest part about watercolor is learning to work with the water rather than control it. It's like meditation. C. Beatnik says. Replying to Future Oil Painter, I still remember a watercolor lesson from college. It's not too complicated, it's a layering system from lightest to darkest, but like anything else it takes 2 lifetimes to master it. LOL 2 lifetimes. I need 6 lifetimes. Berk108 says. Watercolor is gay. C. Beatnik says. Replying to Berk108, watercolor is gay, happy Pride Month. Cher Curry says. Shuri Kitten, is he still ever on your streams? Future Oil Painter says. Darn mortality serenity now. Shuri Kitten says. I've done watercolor and gouache. Shuri Kitten says. QFX has talked in my Discord. I haven't streamed in a while though.
I sent him a nice message, and so there's nothing else I can do if he doesn't want to come back. I hope he does, though. I really do. Oh, I'm going to be teaching Brian again, by the way.
Berk108 says. Ha ha ha. Shuri Kitten says. Oh my god. Shuri Kitten says. He came back.
Well,
Berk108
not to the
says.
class.
Well, he was a bit of a dick towards you.
I am not, well, I have upped the price a bit.
Future Oil Painter says.
And
I once heard a doctor say that the human body is designed so well to last forever, but they can't yet fully explain why we age.
my mom wanted me to teach him. She thinks, so that's why I considered it. Because she
Future Oil
thinks that he
Painter
needs some
says.
friends.
Mama's boy.
Well, I mean, she thinks he needs some
Beatnik
friends, and I
says.
think she's probably
Where
right.
in Italy did you study? I
I
went to Florence and was so inspired.
Oh yeah, I
Shuri
studied at the
Kitten
Florence
says.
Academy of Art.
Private lessons. C. Beatnik says. I wish I would have done art school.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I do this stuff, is for people who never got the chance to go to the Florence Academy for lost boys, for troubled boys, like I did. Is the music has stopped? Did it stop? No, still going. Interesting. La musica?
Cher Curry says.
Okay.
Florence Academy for Queer Little Boys.
That's pretty good. Queer little boys.
Shuri Kitten says. Was there a girls section?
Was there a girls section? I mean, there were women in it, but that's about it.
Future Oil Painter says. Look, do you still have your Florence Academy tattoo on your butt cheeks? Cher Curry says.
I got it on my butthole,
No.
actually.
Cher Curry says. No gurks. Berk108 says. Did you try water mixable oils?
Water mixable? No,
Shuri
I
Kitten
haven't.
says.
No.
There should have been a women's section and all their nudes were men instead.
Where we get this part one.
Sheer Curry says. Girls. Sherry Kitten says. Water mixable oils tend to not dry. I've used them. Sheer Curry says. Water mixable oils are crap. Sherry Kitten says. They smell so bad too, worse than regular oils.
Do they? See, I've never used them before.
Sheer Curry says. Blasphemy. Future oil painter says. When they discharged Luth from the Florence Academy, it was like the Blues Brothers movie scene. Guard returned all his civilian possessions. Beark108 says. It's fine for winter when you don't want to ventilate often. Future oil painter says. One pair of pants, one shirt dirty, one wallet, no money, one condom expired.
Stupid man. Shut up! Ah.
Sheer Curry says. How long do condoms last? Grasshopper70 says. Don't they let them have condoms in prison? ER. School. Sherry Kitten says. Oils don't contain anything that needs a ton of ventilation other than if you're using mediums or solvents. I've used an air purifier and have been okay in the winter. Sheer Curry says. Mine never lasts so long they expire. Future oil painter says. Not Lewis. Sherry Kitten says. I've torn condoms before. LOL would not suggest that as your only method. Sheer Curry says. Sherry, does your guy have a pointy dick?
That's the question.
Sherry Kitten says. All dicks have some amount of point to them. But what ripped the condom was that I was tied up and the rope tore it. Beark108 says. They're not so bad, just a bit limited as it's all student grade level of pigmentation, definitely more fun than acrylics. Grasshopper70 says. How do you know she just doesn't have a pointy VHAJ? Sheer Curry says. Oh, that's possible too. Sheer Curry says. You're right. Shrikitten says. Don't mix rope and condoms. Biggest lesson. Oh, and get plan B ASAP if that happens.
Yeah, Curry. Curry, I'm sure, is taking notes right now. Well, hmm.
Shrikitten says. ITLL turn you into butthead but you won't get pregnant. Sheer Curry says. I'm writing this down. Sheer Curry says. Plan B turns you into a butthead. Explain. Shrikitten says. I would assume the Netherlands has Plan B in stores but I'm not sure. Sheer Curry says. Is Plan B the morning after pill? Shrikitten says. Yeah, like from Beavis and Butthead. I was so fucking horny from it, I was glued to the bathroom door watching him pee and laughing uncontrollably. Shrikitten says. Yep, morning after pill. Grasshopper70 says. It's a high dose of hormones so you get moody. Shrikitten says. Don't puke it either whatever you do. If you feel pukey sniff alcohol so you don't puke. Sheer Curry says. I didn't know this. Future Oil Painter says. Me neither. Shrikitten says. Yeah, this is some womanly shit lol.
All right, let me change things up. Change it up. Give me a second. Oh man, we're making some good progress.
Shrikitten says. This is part of what I teach in BDSM, this kind of information. Sheer Curry says. You should be a sex ed teacher. Shrikitten says. I am, just kinky sex, not boring sex, lol. Grasshopper 70 says. You should write books. With pictures. Sheer Curry says. I would buy one. Future Oil Painter says. Me too. Future Oil Painter says. Will it have gazangas? Shrikitten says. It must have gazangas. Future Oil Painter says. Noise. Sheer Curry says. How about cajones? How do you spell that? Future Oil Painter says. Cojones think. Sheer Curry says. Of course you know. Future Oil Painter says. It's all I know about anatomy. Future Oil Painter says. Gazangas and cojones. Shrikitten says. But for chair, do you have a vasectomy?
Why is it so hard? So she said. This sucks. Got this.
Shrikitten says. LOL. Beark108 says. You're doing great.
Am I? Am I?
Beark108
Am
says.
I?
Yes, you do. Shrikitten says. Do you have glare on your painting when you paint?
Yeah, it's a little hard to see, and I should probably tilt it down some for me. And it's probably hard for you guys to see too, actually, what I'm doing. Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing. Let me change the camera position some for you. Let me do a couple things. Make it a little bit more pleasant for you guys.
Cher Curry says. He's losing it, guys.
I'm losing it.
Beark108 says. What blue are you using?
I am using ultramarine blue essentially, but with a little bit of cobalt in it. Cobalt blue to help it to dry.
Cher Curry says. You never had it?
You're probably correct.
Shrikitten says. What were you saying about the H-frame easels you have?
They
suck
suck.
cause they don't go up and down or something.
Yeah. Is that better? Can you see that? So like this is the tray. You'll see in this right here, this is the tray. This is the mast. And in some easels, the ones that I have back there that we draw on, the tray and the mast here are connected. So when the tray goes up, you want to move the painting up, the mast will go up. Now that's a problem when you're at your house and the ceiling's only about 8 feet tall or so, because you can't raise it that high. So you want one where the mast slides up and down. I'm sorry, yeah, the tray slides up and down the mast. So this one's like that. I can move this up and keep this here, and I can even adjust this and bring this down. And you can tell that uh, with this piece right here. You see how that piece is there. This is the mast. It slides down through here,
Share
and
Curry
this piece
says,
slides on top of that.
what are the ones called where the mast and the thing aren't connected?
I don't know. I don't know. In the video I did a while ago, like I had links, but those links have probably expired because it was like Amazon links and they always switch things up. Um, but also the reason why I don't like, you can get one, like if you have a high ceiling, it's fine. You can get the mast
Share
attached,
Curry says,
but you want a sturdy
damn it.
one. You want a sturdy one. I'll find the links for y'all. Um, and the easels that I got were like smaller and um, oh, and another thing is that sometimes the mast is wobbly on the actual frame because it doesn't have that back screw that locks it in. And so I actually had to put them in every single one. I went out and bought eye bolts and like, the hole that it goes through, I had to drill a hole, connect it, hammer it into it, and then use a screw to screw it in. And that would like it, I had to do it on every single, like I regret those easels and they're just clunky and they don't like they're just cheap. They're just cheap. But this one's good. That's a good one. So I took away some of the glare, and what I'm doing here with this is I'm just going to try to bring the lights up a little bit with it. That's all.
Sharikitten says, Master wants to get me one but he's not sure which to get. Share Curry says, but
I'll
they're
find one.
fine for drawing.
I mean, for drawing, they suck too. It's just they suck. They just suck. If you're gonna get an easel, let's just spend the money on the easel because you're always gonna have it. You'll end up saving money in the long run and a lot of time and frustration. That's my advice. My advice is always perfect. I never make mistakes with anything that I do ever.
Share Curry says, Sharikitten, if you have a lot of money, Mabef has good ones. Sharikitten says, they have to be so heavy to hold bigger canvas, right?
Yeah, you don't want it like falling backwards, but you're not gonna have that problem probably unless you're doing some giant ass piece. Why did I do this? This is probably too light, I'm guessing.
Sharikitten says, Mabef has no prices listed, WTF. Share Curry says, I think you have to find a store that sells their stuff. Sharikitten says, they're in like Italy XD. Share Curry says. Oh, I thought they sold everywhere. Sherikitten says. In the US the most common art store is Michael's. They don't have a lot of brands to choose from. Sherikitten says. Some dudes just use magents on their walls LL.
Son of a bitch.
Sherikitten says. I don't know how you would do that, but it works for them.
Use what now? What are you talking about for what?
Sherikitten says. Instead of an easel. They put magents on their walls and on the canvas and use the entire wall as an easel.
Oh yeah, I think what's Cesar Santos does that. I've seen him do it. At least he has one contraption that does it.
Share Curry says. Like Andrew Tischler?
Does he? Yeah. The Tish. I like that guy.
Sherikitten says. Yep, him too, and that other dude with the C legs LOL.
Don't know who that is.
Share Curry says. Thick legs. You mean Louis?
What are you talking about?
Shrikitten says. Louis is the sea arms.
Sea arms?
Shrikitten says. Thick.
Oh, cool.
Almond the painter says.
Oh, man.
What up, Louis?
What's up, man? How are you?
Almond the painter says. Chillin', impressive still life god dang.
Yeah, it's coming. It's something else.
Windy City 1828
Windy
says,
City.
okay, off to bed I go.
All
Thanks
right, get
for the
some rest,
laughs.
girl. I'll see you. Yeah, thanks for being here. Windy City. So cool.
Sheer Curry says, we should get Windy City to start painting.
That'd be really cool. She turns out to be like better than all of us. Oh,
Sheer Curry says, damn it.
what?
Sheer
What?
Curry says, never mind then. Almond the painter says, I just jumped in to say hi folks, I have to
Almond.
go off the bed too.
All right,
Much
Almond.
love to you all.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being here, man. Get some sleep. I'll see you.
Sheer Curry says, this song is kinky.
It's turning curry on.
Sheer Curry says, I'm never off. Shuri Kitten says, which song is it?
This one, Bloodsport. This might be Sneaker Pimps, maybe. Bloodsport, yeah, Bloodsport by Sneaker Pimps.
Sheer Curry says, Luo Sneaker Pimps. Future Oil Painter says. What's going on, home skillet?
Dude. This is tough.
Future Oil Painter says. Skull's getting there now, erase it and start over.
Right. Hey, there's a good reason why I tell people to do that. And half the time it's because they don't listen to me. So out of spite, I just, especially with that, and we know who we're talking about, Terry. He never listens.
Future Oil Painter says. LOL.
Right. 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 Back to the teeth. Back to the teeth, people.
Future oil painter says. So is painting a skull like a rite of passage for a painter, Luth?
I don't know, man. That's all I have. I don't think deeply about anything. It's probably a very good question, though.
Bearbro33 says.
There.
Hands and skulls. The true test of an artist.
Hands, joints, man. Yeah.
Sheer Curry says. It's a vanity. Sheer Curry says. Vanity.
Vanity of vanities.
Sheer Curry says. Damn it, it's not good. Sheer Curry says. Why does it correct my words?
You're always getting corrected.
Sheer Curry says. What in the world is happening?
The number one most asked question each and every day.
Sheer Curry says. This is so weird. Future oil painter says. Save some energy for my midnight stream, Lewis.
Save some energy. Dude, I don't have any energy. I've been painting off fumes from the moment I put the first stroke down.
Share Curry says. Virginia N.I. TAS. Share Curry says. YouTube won't let me type Vanitas.
Where are you trying to type again?
Share Curry says. Vanitas.
Of course.
Share Curry says.
We must figure this
Still
out.
life about death. Bearbro33 says. Hang on, let me try. Van ATAS. Share Curry says. Bear, you're on Twitch, LOL.
Turning this up. Bows. Jacka.
Sheer Curry says. What is this song?
From South Park. It's an anime version where they were playing with like ninja stars and all sorts of shit. They like went and bought like nunchucks and swords. I think Butters put his like got his eye gouged out. It was pretty funny, poked out.
Sheer Curry says. South Park scared me as a child lol.
Probably, probably a good thing.
Bearbro33 says. My parents didn't let me watch Ed, Edd and Eddy as a kid because they thought it would make me dumb. Joke's on them, I'm still dumb. Sheer Curry says, I love this song.
Think Cardigans? Maybe. Maybe Cardigans. Cardigans. My favorite game. I'm pretty sure it's Cardigans.
Sheer Curry says, it is. Future Oil Painter says, Alright, was handling some insurance company thing. Apparently they didn't know my dad died 3.5 years ago, so they kept charging my mom's bank account.
That's horrible.
Future Oil Painter says. On bright side, I found a bag of cherries in my fridge, forgot about these.
Hmm.
Future oil painter says. Look, so how did you get this unfortunate victim? Pushed him over the side. Fed him to wolves. Fed him Kremnitz white till he passed out. Or used a Gilbert brush like a dart hitting eye socket straight to the brain instantly.
Nice, very nice. Amazon.
Future oil painter says. Or my other guess, you bought this on Amazon.
Yep. Back in the day. Back in the day.
Future oil painter says. Just chewing my cherries. Shuri Kitten says. Are you still on?
Oh yeah, still going strong, like an ox, like a freaking ox.
Future oil painter says. Waiting for the artist to get to the part where tears start dripping. Shuri Kitten says. I went and got some food.
Nice.
Future oil painter says. Shuri, I found some cherries in my fridge, forgot. Shuri Kitten says. Oh no, hopefully they weren't moldly. Shuri Kitten says. Moldy.
Whew.
Future oil painter says. Nope, they are only about 2 weeks old. Shuri Kitten says. I like the lantern thingy.
It's coming.
Shuri Kitten says. I don't know how long you can keep cherries. Future oil painter says. But we'll find out if I'm heralded later. Future oil painter says. Hospitalized. Shuri Kitten says. I use grenadine for drinks. Future oil painter says. Is that a soft etch?
A what? Soft edge. It's gonna be sharper up around the top here, so I'm sharpening. I'm just going back and forth trying to get the form, work on the. I'm not. I don't think y'all can see what I've done. I put a slight color to make it turn into the background a little bit more.
Cher Curry says. Grenadine reminds me of my grandma. Shuri Kitten says. How come? Shuri Kitten says. I love grenadine and Coke. Shuri Kitten says. Or grenadine and lemonade. Cher Curry says. Isn't that the old lady prune stuff? Sherry Kitten says. No, it's pomegranate juice usually added to drinks for alcoholic beverages. Cher Curry says. Never mind then lol. Sherry Kitten says. I'm not as harkery as Louis with his limoncellos. Sherry Kitten says. Hardcore lol. Futury Oil Painter says. Look, did you add any gray or ivory black to the skull skin part, or is that all from the toned canvas background? Cher Curry says. Limoncello is what all the tough guys drink.
Yeah, there's ivory black in it. And I did a mixing in the beginning, which shows the colors I use. But yeah, this is yeah, pretty much. There's ivory black, yellow and red. Um, I don't know if I put much cobalt into it. I probably has some blue in it. The impression's not quite there, but
Futury Oil Painter says. Do you ever use cadmium red deep?
yeah, sometimes I've switched between them. I haven't used it in a while.
Sherry Kitten says. I learned recently that rose madder is actually a dye-based pigment. So it's not good to use either. Sheer Curry says. Blues never fail. Future Oil Painter says. Is rose madder clear enough to use as a clear gray layer? Kitten says. It's not clear, it's a red. Future Oil Painter says. Oh. Kitten says. I guess the rose in the name is what tells you it's red. Future Oil Painter says. Lewis, doesn't the pallets dig into your forearm after a while? Kitten says. Probably a pinky red. Sheer Curry says. It's transparent, good for glazing.
Now this is a balanced palette, so it just rests on top of the hand,
Kitten says.
which is nice.
I love glazing. Future Oil Painter says. Oh, gotcha. Sheer Curry says. Glazing. Sheer Curry says. LMAO, my device is tweaking. Kitten says. But over time, if it's a dye-based pigment, it will fade. Kitten says. I have to do glazing for my comisians, but first I need measurements. Future Oil Painter says. Oh man, don't tell me the Dutch government has flooded Amsterdam again.
Did they do that? Did they flood it? What happened?
Sheer Curry says. Hell yeah, glazing. Future oil painter says. Back in the 1640s. Sherry
Oh,
Kitten says.
really?
Did they? Is something going on in the news? I saw a ton of people lined up to go to Costco. Future oil painter says. When Spain invaded. Sheer Curry says. The Dutch government doesn't get anything done these days.
It's probably a good thing. The less government gets done, the better.
Future oil painter says. That's what ruined Johan Vermeer, because his mother-in-law's land was flooded so financially it obliterated everyone.
Dude, that sucks.
Sherry Kitten says. Was he Spanish? Future oil painter says. Ironically, it was the Spanish king who was Velázquez's patron. Sherry Kitten says. Is it a real skull?
Yes, no. Fortunately.
Future oil painter says. Has Brian or any of the pupils drawn the skull yet?
No. They haven't graduated to the freaking skull. That's probably not part of the curriculum either. Maybe it should be. Maybe it would be motivation for them. Maybe it'll be
Future
motivation.
oil painter says. Should be. Sherry Kitten says. Yeah, what happened with Brian? He reached back out?
Yeah. At first I refused to teach him, but then my mom said what she said. I don't know if you heard it. She essentially told me I should teach him. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's probably right. And I did feel a little bit bad about not teaching him, but I was pretty pissed off at him. But you know, I just gotta let it go. And we don't see eye to eye about the class. That's the problem. So I don't think I'm gonna let him in the class. But
Shrikitten says. He's only doing private lessons again so far?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all good.
Sher Curry says. WHY no class. Shrikitten
He
says.
can't
I think that's for the best.
he can't get along with people, and he doesn't. I've explained to him why no economics and politics for him, and he thinks that it's my problem and I'm suppressing him, which is ridiculous because he can say that stuff to me all day long. Like when he's by himself, I'd listen to him,
Future Oil Painter says.
but
Keep him around maybe if you're nice to him. Years and years from now, he may bequeath his skull to the studio one day. For a greater cause.
yeah, we just don't see eye to eye about stuff, which is fine. I mean, in terms of, you know, why he can't say things. And I'm being put in the position of being a parent, which is crazy. Crazy, crazy. This thing get powered off. Give me a second. I can't hear anything. Hmm. Guys, I lost. I think my headpieces are out of batteries. Maybe give me a second. Let me try to do something else.
Grasshopper 70 says. Your nuts still look like brown lumps of a certain consistency that might be found in a toilet.
You know, I can't hear y'all, but I'm gonna get these headphones and see if I can get this thing to work. So my earbuds just
Shrikitten
stopped. I'm
says.
gonna paint just a little bit
They
longer
just
anyway,
need
but I
more
can't.
wrinkles.
I mean, this
Sher
is.
Curry says. I hope
I
he
don't
got
like what I
that.
did. There's a couple things I have to do to it, but give me a second. Let me see if I can get this to work. This always kind of messes up. There we go. All right. Twitch. Need to shut this off. VLC. This might not work. Uh, I don't think we can hear this. My this thing's just weird is all. It like never works when I just plug it in. Like if I plug this if I plug this in, then it just I need to restart my computer. So I don't know what's going on with this. It's kind of annoying. Maybe switch spots. And then it goes here. Sound. Let's go sound. I might be able to get my earbuds working again. Shit. This. Yeah. Guys, I'm sorry I don't have here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn this off and we'll just go through the speakers. I'm sorry, we don't have music right now, but y'all probably don't care. Speakers. This one. Test this. Give me a sec. Off. Is this thing working? That's it. Okay. All right. I should be able to hear y'all if y'all speak now, though, at least. We just don't have music. I think.
Grasshopper
There
70
we go.
says. Puwa.
That's
Sheer
it.
Curry says. Test.
There you go. We got it. I can hear. Sorry, earbuds went out. OMG. I'm going to do a little bit more on this and then just probably call it. I mean, just a little bit more. Some touch ups and then I got to go. It is late.
Sheer Curry says. You need to replenish.
Replenish. You need to replenish. What have I told you? Oh, it's funny. I do need to replenish.
Shrikitten says. That burrito was so good, but I'm so full now.
Dude, I eat. Hungry.
Share Curry says. Don't say burrito in here. Shrikitten says. That was funny, you had Stormwind Brie at your house.
Had. I didn't get what you said there. It's on YouTube, so I can't see it for some reason.
Shrikitten says. You had Brie at your house.
Oh, Brie?
Like
Yeah,
how
of
in
course.
Stormwind there is Stormwind Brie you can buy as a consumable.
Oh, is there? That's cool. Yeah, we have Brie. I actually had some the other night. There was nothing to eat, so I fixed myself crackers
Shrikitten
with
says.
Brie.
Yeah, I thought that was cool you had it.
Yeah, crackers and Brie. It was great. It was delicious.
Share Curry says. You need vegetables, dude.
Eh, let the cows eat the vegetables. I eat meat. Meat. I eat meat. Meat.
Shrikitten says. He needs meat.
I need meat. Ah,
Share Curry says. Man meat.
man, no.
Shrikitten says. You could get a George Foreman and cook steaks wherever.
I know. It's great.
Share Curry says. LMAO men no. Shrikitten says. Girl meat. Share Curry says. Bacon is good for me.
Bacon's extremely good for you.
Share Curry says. Is it?
Yes.
Share Curry says. Bacon has additives.
I don't think all bacon does it?
Shrikitten says. It'll help with anxiety too, fats calm you down.
Bacon does? I've been having blueberries.
Shrikitten says. Yes.
Oh yeah, bacon. It means I need to eat more of it.
Shrikitten says. The additives aren't bad. Share Curry says. LMAO, give me my panic bacon, I'm stressed.
Panic bacon.
Shrikitten says.
I like it.
For real XD.
I love it.
Shrikitten says. Oh, how have the blueberries been? Share Curry says.
Really good.
Emergency bacon.
Love the blueberries. It's nice like having them at night.
Share Curry says. Damn it, what did I misspell now? Shrikitten says. Make sure you wash them good. There is something going around in raw produce causing diarrhea. They haven't pinpointed which fruit or vegetable is the cause yet.
That explains a
Share
lot.
Curry says. Emergency. Future oil painter says. Look, the craziest skull painting I think was done was by Holbein. The skull is only visible if you look at the painting from the side, as I recall.
Yeah.
Shrikitten says.
It's elongated.
Emergency, not emergency.
Emergency. But emergency is better than emergency.
Shrikitten says. Oh, I want to see it. What painting is that?
It's really damn good. It's like, it's a portrait of some people, and then like across it is this like skull that you can
Share
only see it
Curry
if you turn
says.
to the side.
I prefer emergency.
Emergency, exactly. Yes, yes, emergency.
Share Curry says. The Holbein is a Vanitas too.
Emergency.
Shrikitten says. Yes, we are adding that to the list of words here along with Comisians, Masserments, Glazing, and now emergency.
Yes. I think it's a very good move. How many signs?
Share Curry says. No way, I misspelled glazing. Shrikitten says. You did. Shrikitten says. It was great. Share Curry says. Fuck.
She just went out. Oh, it's too good. It's too good. Too good. Any signs?
Sher Curry says. It's glacéing then? Sharikitten says. So like you want the tray to slide up with the easel?
You don't want, you want it to slide up the easel without the mast moving. You want it to be able to slide up and down freely. It should be detached from everything else. It just slides the tray up and down. That's what you probably want. For indoor, it's much better.
Sharikitten says. Okay.
Yeah.
Future Oil Painter says. Holbein's painting think it's called, The Ambassadors. Future Oil Painter says. Link Ambassadors, Holbein. Sharikitten says. Cause yeah my ceiling is low in this room.
Yeah, definitely than you want. I mean, I just think they're better in general. Okay. We got this. We got this.
Sher Curry says. Be prepared for the price Shari. Sharikitten says. I figure 150 starting for an H-frame. Sher Curry says. 150 is very cheap. Future Oil Painter says. Oh, getting a new easel?
Yeah. Showing me a.
Sharikitten says. Whoa, that painting looks like digital.
This one? Which one?
Sharikitten says. The way the skull is warped like that.
Oh yeah, that one? The Holbein one? Yeah.
Sharikitten says. Holbein's.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's so cool.
Sharikitten says. Yours could be made in Rebel too, I think. Future Oil Painter says. He must been smoking some powerful stuff. Sher Curry says. Holbein is underrated. Sharikitten says. Back then? Opium maybe.
I'm being dumb. Dumb. Oh. Starting to be retarded.
Sher Curry says. I think the opium craze was after.
Sober song. This should had to move that over.
Sheer Curry says.
Drew it wrong.
Starting to.
I know. Trying to keep up my morale.
Sherikitten says. Was it? Chinese paintings go back pretty far with it.
Where are we? We're in an opium den, Timmy. A Chinese opium den. Wow, jeepers, mister. What movie? What movie? What am I talking about? Huh? What am I talking about? OMG. Really good one. We're in a Chinese opium den, Timmy.
Future Oil Painter says. Jack the Ripper. Sheer Curry says. Is that Austin Powers?
No. Dodgeball. We're in a Chinese opium den, Timmy.
Sheer Curry says. Damn.
It's really good.
Sheer Curry says. With the pirate guy.
Yeah. We're in a Chinese opium den, Timmy. Timmy? Timmy?
Future Oil Painter says. Oh, the 60s when ugly guys were hot, but no, my parents had to wait to meet and all that before I came around. Sheer Curry says. Oh man, the 60s. Sherikitten says. My dad looked like he was from the 60s and 70s, lol, he had long dark hair.
Nice.
Sheer Curry says. Awesome.
I'm almost done, guys. I could keep going with this, but we got, I mean, it's okay, I guess. I don't know. Be better. Drawing could be better.
Share Curry says. It's great.
Thank you.
Sherikitten says. Louis is taller than the cam makes him look. Future oil painter says. At least a dozen donuts.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Some. Works, kind of. And
Share Curry
dark.
says. I thought Louis was a midget. Future oil painter says. AI making look smaller to make him more approachable and stuff.
Bad.
Sherikitten says. He hits you hard too even if it's just a little tap.
Oh yeah, sorry, Jeremiah.
Sherikitten says. You got this whack.
Poor Jeremiah.
Share Curry says. LOL. Sherikitten says. No, it's fine. LOL. I thought it was funny.
Oh, good.
Share Curry says. That's what guys do. Future oil painter says. Did he use the male stick? Like the nuns did him at the Florence Academy for Special Boys? Sherikitten says. Don't do that to the pregnant lady, she's fragile.
For the what? What'd you say? Oh. So wait 1 second. Let me see if I can pull up the YouTube chat. There it is. Don't do that to the gentle lady. I know. Right. Shitting. Shit. Okay. So shitting me in. Okay. Good. So you are at YouTube shitting me. Okay. Got it. And let me just bring that out some.
Sherikitten says. I'm here to make sure it's working here.
Cool.
Sherikitten says.
Thank you.
Twitch works more often.
Yeah. YouTube's not that great. Streaming. Sucks.
Share Curry says. I can't believe she's drawing standing for hours pregnant.
Who is this? That. And then let's darken this just a little bit.
Sherikitten says. The one lady in your class.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I'll be teaching her too. I told her I wasn't going to teach. I was done teaching, but she's serious, so I'm going to teach her. I mean, she deserves it. She's really into it. I don't want to overdo it.
Future Oil Painter says. How many years have you been teaching Luth? Shrikitten
Oh
says.
man, I don't
Yeah,
know.
she wants to really try, you can tell.
I mean, I haven't been, I don't know, like teaching, I guess Brian, I've been teaching Brian and I don't know who else.
Sher Curry says. 50 years.
Yes, I'm very clever to teach that long.
Shrikitten says. You teach all of us too.
Yeah, yeah, true. You know, it was on and off, I guess.
Future Oil Painter says. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy teaching. I'm more of like I need to get painting done, and it's hard for me because of my busy schedule at home, and so that's been the struggle. Struggle's real. Base up a little bit here, and then we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it because I need to be putting Dad to bed in like technically about 45 minutes tops. And it takes me about that long to clean
Future
probably
Oil
today.
Painter says. On YouTube there is this older guy, called Stefan Baumann. And it's kind of funny, says he started teaching when he was 15.
Stephen Ball. He's not, I don't think he's older. I think he's, you know what? I don't know how old he is. But yeah, he went to the same school, Stephen Bauman.
Future Oil Painter says. There are two Stevens.
Oh, there are. Okay.
Shrikitten says. That's the dude I showed you. Future Oil Painter says. You're thinking of Steven, your fellow classmate, it's not him. Future Oil Painter says. Yup, Sher Curry, he dresses like a pirate kind of. Shrikitten says. I wonder what happens if you Purell paint brushes. But says. He's from Florida and speaks in a funny accent. Sher Curry says. OMG, hold up, who? But says. Stephen Batman. Sher Curry says. Nithi.